I'm on a different network, aren't I? Well, let's double check that. I'm checking to make sure I am on the correct network. It looks like I am, since that wasn't running. Okay, so next let's refresh this page. I can disappear and there. All right, so today I have a couple extra tasks that I'm trying to clean up on Asana, where's Asana? There's Asana. Okay, so that's, no, the section that I had for the smoother car interactions and the car sphere of force, I've decided to hold off on that task. It's something that'll make the interaction between cars and the environment, or between the player car and the other cars around it, the traffic and trucks, will make that a little bit easier, but it's not something required. Right now the game still runs, and I'm going to see about altering that one later. That should be one of the first ones that I do for an update in the game, but I don't think that needs to stop me from pushing it out to production. So this is what I have left to do. I have to fix the controls. I have to set where the races are, and I also have to set where, with this one, I need to include set races, uh, mechanics, and depots. So this one just needs placement of the objects in a few spots. So I need a few locations for where the mechanics can be. I was planning to have 6, one for each major side of the game. Same thing with depots. Depots should generally be near there, but not everywhere will have. The depots, I guess, are going to be closer towards where freights are, where freight goes. Okay, so, oh, and this section, no, I'm trying to move this section. There. Okay, cool. So races is what I'm going to work on right away. Fixing controls is also going to be another thing I'll probably take on right now as well. Yeah, one at a time, but let's go with races first. So fixing controls. Fixing controls is just about, where are we? I need to separate out downforce and strafing. So both of those are tied together at this point in time, which is a little bit awkward. I prefer that to be separated out on the keys, and I need to decide exactly what my final key set is for the gamepad. Additionally, I need to choose what this, so I need to choose what the scheme is going to be for both keyboard and gamepad to make sure I'm happy with that. And then I also need to put in button art to indicate which ones I'm going to use, or to tell the player which buttons will interact and control certain things. All right, let's see. So task I'm on right now, races. Set the races, mechanics, and depots. Let's get back into the game. All right, so mechanic shops are probably going to be one of the easiest, and I only need 6, so I can 5 more of them. So I might as well just get that one taken care of. So there's the mechanic, which is this. This is literally all I need to do. Just copy this. All right. So now, oh, let's add a snap to it. Snap. There. Uh, no, not this one. I don't want to modify this one yet. We're going to do Control D. Oh, I've had the wrong thing selected. Control D. All right, so there's one. Now let's turn on snap. Hey, where's my... Oh, got it. Let's go to this. Oh, I need the parent. Thank you. And there. We're going to put one. Let's head down here. F. Okay, let's turn off snap for a minute and head up. I need a spot to put this. Like, this is a particularly good area because there's a lot of traffic in this area for trucks. Oh, like right there. That's a good spot. Okay. Oh, I turned the snap off. That one. So like right over in here. Not quite what I was needing. Oh, actually, how about right there? That looks good. Next, let's alter this. Turn off the snap. And now let's rotate this around. All right, the location for it. Now let's back that one up. There. Okay, we've got another mechanic shop set up. Next. Oh, duplicate this one. Control D. Turn on snap and turn off snap for a second. So navigate. I'm heading over towards the ceiling right now, which definitely makes it tougher. Okay, so now I need a spot down here for where this is going to exist. I guess honestly it doesn't really matter too much, so we're down like maybe here. Turn off snap for a second. I'm upside down at the moment, so navigation is kind of weird. All my directions are reversed. Some of my directions are reversed. Okay, down here's a nice area to have it. It takes a more challenging interaction to get through it, which I think what some of my upgrades that I put into the mechanics need to be in there. All right, turn snap on. All right, turn snap off. All right, let's turn on rotation. Directional. There. All right, we got a mechanic here as well now. Back out. Now, where are my mechanics located? I just want, okay, each one. Okay, which is zone A? Is zone A the floor? Okay, there's zone A. And is that the also where the first mechanic is? Yes. Okay. So this one goes to zone A. Done. Next, zone B. There. Okay, so this is zone B. Do we have a mechanic shop in that area? No, we do not. Okay, zone C. Oh, you know what? Go to mechanics. I just need to face the mechanic. Okay, this one has the mechanic shop for here. Which zone is that? F. It's E. All right. That goes to zone E. Next, we've got another one. Where is this mechanic shop? It's not it. Okay, it's over there. Which zone is this? B? No. C? No. D? E? It's kind of an E, but not quite. A? Wait, what zone is that? Oh, I'm not highlighting it because I'm too far away. Okay. So if I select that mechanic, there it is. Now it's F. Got it. Okay. So now I need to put one on the rest of the places. So let's find out which ones I don't have anything. I don't have anything in D. D is over there. All right. Now, where is a mechanic shop? You know what? We're just going to go with control. Wait, which is this? Control D. I'm going to drag this one to here. So we've got a duplicate for D. Now, D is this one. I'm going to turn this on and snap and then drag that in somewhere here. Okay, that tool's becoming more useful. Now, where to put this one exactly? We got this lake here that should have some traffic. Do we have traffic here? I mean, I don't have truck traffic called out for it, but I probably have it in here. I hope I do, unless I just forgot this lake. Let's see about setting this to truck traffic. It looks like I don't have anything here. I've got that one selected. I did miss an entire section for truck traffic. We've got passageways up to there, and I've got a pretty clear path leading right through there. Okay, I'm gonna... Why does it feel like I did have this in here? Actually, I'm really confident that I had this section in here yesterday. I remember making this pathway. I mean, maybe it's duplicated somewhere else and I just missed it, but... All right, so in this case, V, and then let's just create the new ones. The path that I'm selecting, auto connect new, connects to here, which is Z, 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 Z. There. I got truck traffic built in, and we're going to bake that one out. Save everything twice. There. Do it again. Maybe I'm not marking the data dirty on the designer or on the baked traffic. That's a little worrisome if that's the case, or the designer code. All right, so we got that one in there. Now I need the mechanic shop. So let's go over which zone was this. It's probably one that doesn't have anything in it right now. Zone D. Okay. Which is somewhere over here. And I'll place that... in this area is probably pretty good. That gives me an area outside of the typical traffic zone, but I can still see trucks that come by. All right, so let's put that in here. So mechanic entrance, snaps on. Let's put you over here. Right there. Okay. Next, we're going to rotate you around the Y coordinate. Oh, wrong one. 0. Next, we will slide you back. No. Uh, turn off snap. 0. And now let's slide this farther up. Like there. Cool. Excellent. Now, what part of the world do I not have set up yet? C. C is over here. Wait, I don't have a mechanic shop here? Oh well, whatever. Let's go Control D, and we're going to drag this one up to C. And I need a location for it. What's going to be a good location? Ooh, this one could be a little bit more awkward, like right there. Let's do it here. All right, so snap, and there it is. Turn off snap. There. You got a mechanic shop. Maybe center it a little bit. Excellent. Okay, now zone B. That side. Where should I put the mechanic shop? Hmm. Over here seems pretty good. Any... What? All this spot is missing from the... This is missing work. This is a pathway I purposefully put it. Why is my truck traffic missing this? I've got the pathways. Yeah, this bridge absolutely needs that connection. Wait, is that connection on the other side? It shouldn't be because it's flat here. No. Yeah, this is the side it's supposed to go up. I am missing so much traffic data. Why? Wait a minute. What the heck happened here? I lost connections. Okay, something about this is unstable. Or it's the keys that I'm pressing while I'm interacting with it. I think I'm accidentally deleting data I don't want to. All right, let's go to Z and C. Yeah, there's still data here that... If that's the case, then all the changes I'm making are going to be lost when I reload Unity. Can I mark the files directly and just say that all these files... Let's just select these ones. Okay, we'll do this now. We'll modify. Well, I gotta fix that code because something is definitely wrong with there. Um, Baking the code, that one should definitely. Yeah, I'll check both. All right, so inside of this one, we have truck traffic designer traffic data. Let's go into this one, but it's the traffic designer that I need the code. All right, so we don't need that one. We know we're able to add this stuff. That was functioning. I'm like right clicking and moving my mouse, expecting the window to kind of slide up, same way that I might move around the Unity editor. Makes me want to write a new text editor. 3D text editor. Hmm. Not that I can think. Well, whatever. I've got a purpose that I need to take care of now. All right, Vigilante traffic system. So in this one, when we hit the... No, this one is when we make changes to it. We want to make sure it saves it, or at least marks it dirty to be saved. Okay, so inside of that one, whenever we do any of these ones, all right, let's go over into the individual commands then, F12. Do I have something in there? I record an undo state, but I don't save the state, so we need to mark it dirty. So now we need to say, what is this one? Editor utility dot set dirty, and we are in the traffic designer, so this is probably traffic. What do we call it? We're getting it from settings.traffic data. Settings.traffic data. Okay, so we've just made changes to it. Now, which functions are we in? We got node.add. We're going to put the same one up here. On validate, so node connect. Map existing, no. Node highlight. Nothing to save. Node select, nothing to save. Get index closest to mouse, nothing to save. Node remove has something to save. All right. Node remove connection has something to save. Okay, so all changes to the data cause it to be marked dirty, and they weren't before, which is a little bit on the dangerous side. All right, did I get all the connections? That should be 6 instances of save in this one, because there's 6 commands. Actually, let's double check that. Are there 6 commands? I can check that at the top of this code. There. Ah, all right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6 commands. Now let's actually make sure we have them all. So editor utility that's set dirty, Control F, and has 5. One of them is missing. Okay, good to know. That was a quick way to determine it. Oh, select node doesn't do anything. So there's only 5. Select node doesn't get included. Okay, so in this one, we add a node. That makes a change. That's 1. Move node, that changes the data. Connect node changes the data. Select node does not change the data. Remove node and remove connection. Those do, so that's 5. All right, that is correct. All of that is saved. I'm going to return to Unity, which is going to recompile, and there's a chance, because none of this was marked dirty, that when it serializes everything and reloads it, that it's going to lose the state from these objects, from the inspector. All right, so now Control-Shift-B, and if that's the case, yeah, there's that stuff missing again. It didn't save the changes I just did. Okay, now let's try this. V and Z and C. Cool. All right, that data is lined up. I'm going to assume it's actually saved now, or not saved, but at least marked dirty so that when I try to make a change, it will save it. Okay, now I need to get rid of this one, so V and B. All right, now over here, let's select this one and start adding. And what do we need here? We need Z and Z. Connect to this one. Thank you. Why did that take so long? I didn't move the mouse since. The mouse would have triggered an update in the draw, I think. All right, so now let's go with select. Okay, and this one over here does have... No, it's missing a few details, like here. So it's probably missing some other ones too. All right, let's select this one. That also means we now need this one corrected, so let's... Oh, I didn't mean to do that one. Whatever. Let's select here. C. I suppose it would make more sense for this pathway to come up here only. All right. Save all that. Bake it. Baking. I need to make sure that baking actually marks that the object's dirty as well. So let's go back over into Traffic Designer, scroll to the bottom code, and where is the bake command? Not there. Draw update. Here we go. Bake, no. And this one, no. On-scene GUI. Where's our bake command? Traffic Designer. Oh, here we go. It's minimized. Got it. All right, so if bake, now at the end of this, yeah, I don't mark anything to say that the bake happened. So we clear the progress bar. Uh, Designer. Dot settings. Dot traffic data. Dot baked. Okay, so when we bake, it marks the data as dirty. And this time, my other maps should have retained because they were there, but the bake data might not have captured the changes. Okay, those changes are still there. Good. Those changes are still there. The changes I made up here are still in place. Let's bake, because those ones are probably not. I didn't get an update. Clear. Let's just make sure that that's a different one. Bake. Okay, good. Yeah, that was good. All right. That comes up to here and then continues as I get closer. Perfect. All right. So what have we got? We've got, how close am I to done with this? Zone B. I don't have anything marked out for Zone B for a mechanic. All right, let's get Zone B in place. Where am I going to put it? I feel like I put it over here. I guess not. Zone B, this building itself might be a reasonable spot. Or near it. Let's put it near it. Here. This is a... I'll take here. Right there. Okay. So now let's put in... Where is this? Mechanic entrance. Control D. And drag the new one up under B. Turn snap on and then just right click anywhere. There we go. Turn snap off. Okay, sounds good. That's all the mechanic entrances. Control SSS. Now let's make sure that the menu UI is functional to be able to display 6 different points where that is. I might only have one in there at the moment. Start. Okay, I'm right over this one. Let's go find one of the other spots. Oh, one just showed up that way. Got it. The mechanic shows me the one closest to me at the moment. So it does only show one. but it's indicating it's this direction. Somewhere over there. What? Where is it? Ah, what just happened? No. Uh, get out of the water. There. Oh, there's the mechanic shop. Okay, cool. Okay, and mechanic shop works from here too. Excellent. All right. Stop. Save everything twice. That should save all the extra data in here as well. Now let's go back over to where is this one? Git add dot and git commit dash m quote. And now the message that I want to post in this. Mechanic shops are all set now. One to each side. Okay, and git push. Okay, now I need depots. Preferably the depots should be near the mechanics, but I don't need them on every side. Like I do want it to be near a spot where I would acquire freight. So I've got truck traffic here and here. So this is a good spot to have a depot because it's also got a mechanic shop nearby. I collect the freight, sell the freight at the depot, and then go up to the mechanic to get an upgrade. I should probably tune the upgrades to not be as powerful. Is this an exit? Yeah, this isn't as... There's a glitch. Wait, where did I just come from? There. All right, that doesn't connect directly to the freight area, but this does. Ooh, right there. We got a spot closed in here. All right, so now let's go to depot drop off. And which way is that one from here? Down there. Okay, now is that part of zone F? No. Zone A? Yeah. Okay, so depot drop off goes over to zone A. Excellent. Excellent. Neither one of those were that good. Okay, so now drop off. Where did I just come from? Over here. We're going to add a drop off to this spot. So now let's take drop off. Duplicate it. And which section is this? Zone B? Yes, this is zone B. All right, so this drop off is over here and we're going to add snap. We're going to turn it on. It's on. And snap. Hey. Oh, got it. I just added it. So it didn't have the settings turned on. Cool. We're going to rotate the Y. Oh, I don't have a rotation. This is offset and snap to. Rotation alteration would be good because right now the rotations are offset. I could just fix that and it would be happier. You know what? I'm going to go do that. Let's go to the snap code. And what is this one? Public bool use align. Wait a minute. Align rotation. Okay. So yeah, we've already got align rotation, but we need a rotational offset here. So public vector 3 rotational offset. Update alignment, F12. Okay, so if we have rotation, then we're going to modify the transform.up. We're going to do more than that. Oh, I like that for writer. This was excellent. So I had an if where it was only one line, and right at the beginning when I hit the open curly brace, curly bracket, it automatically wrapped the line that ended it. That is a good feature. All right, transform.up equals h.normal. And with this one, I need to apply an additional rotation. So transform dot rotate. And in this one, I need the vector 3, which is this dot rotational offset. Cool. That's it. That should be a y of 90, I think. And I'll have to check where its child offset is to see which end is the front. I don't have something that marks it, like no title or anything. No icon for it. That icon, I do have an icon for it, but I just don't use it here. I can add it to the prefab. All right, so now we got the drop-off depot. We've got snap. We're going to use rotation in there as well. No, not grid. This rotation. We're going to set the rotation to 90. Now let's see how that works. Snap is on. There. Much better. Having a hotkey to turn that on or off would also be good. Now, is this the front or the back? Let's find that out. Anchor. Okay, the anchor is in front, so this is the front. So that's the correct setup then. All right, so we'll use this drop off as my duplication point. Mechanical entrance. Okay, this is our starting point. And then we also have a depot drop off, which is here. Good. Next, we've got zone C. Zone C is this one. And our mechanics shop is where? There. I should have this closer to the ground. Let's keep it closer to the ground then. Okay. Snap and a rotational offset on this side to 90. And now that's enabled. Let's drag it to here. Turn that off. There. We got the mechanic defined. Okay, so that is zone C, correct? Yes. Okay, now zone D. There's zone D. Do we have water? We do, which means we have a mechanic shop somewhere over here. Mechanic entrance. There it is. So a depot nearby there. That's a good spot for a depot. It's hard to navigate this spot because I'm sideways in the world and I can't tell which way is up. This is a point where having an up vector on the editor camera does not help me. All right, so now inside of this one, we need to put the mechanic entrance. We need, wait a minute. Where did the other drop off just go? Whatever, I'll check that into that one in a minute. We got drop off, and let's, am I in zone C here? No, this is, I'm in zone D. Yeah. Control D. We're going to turn on, oh, move this one to here. And now inside of this, we got the rotational that's set to 90, which puts us, hey, come on, I'm trying to get there. All right, cool. Now we turn off snap. Okay. This should have been in zone D, down here. Okay, zone C is where that other mechanic shop should have been. Let's go to drop off and see where you're located. What is this drop off spot? Hard to navigate. There we go. Okay, so I've got a drop off spot here. Let's move that down just a bit there. Now, where are you? This says zone B. This is zone B. Okay, so I don't have one for zone C. I do believe my depot is somewhere nearby here. Let's find out where my depot is. Zone C, or mechanic entrance. Yeah, there's my mechanic entrance. So let's create a drop-off depot nearby. All right, I guess I'll put that over here. Control D, and we're going to move that one up to zone C. Snap it, and let's put it here. Turn off snap. There. Okay. Now what else? Drop off depot, zone E. There you are. Oh, there's definitely stuff here. Where's the mechanic shop? This one might do well to have more than one drop off depot. All right, mechanic entrance. But I should definitely have one near the mechanic entrance. Right here. That should do. Okay. Drop off. Control D. And we're going to move that down to here. And now duplicate. Oh, not duplicate. Snap. So we'll snap it to here. Turn snap off. Line this closer to center. There. All right, now I feel like this one, because there was so much waterway here, should have another depot. Let's put it over, yeah, this'll do. Control D, turn on snap, and put it right about there. Turn snap off. There. Okay, zone F has a mechanic shop, but shouldn't have any water paths, yeah, we're good here. Since there's no water, there's no freight, which makes a cargo drop off not as useful. Okay, cool. Next, wait a minute, check the maps. Let's make sure we're actually getting new depots. That does mean that I need to steal freight from a truck nearby another one in order to get that. I need to test it first for where I am. Okay, do we have a truck? Wait a minute, where? These all have. I started outside the mechanic shop. Wait, what? Oh, I went to this mechanic shop. That's right. That's why I'm not. All right, I'll take that freight. Now, should get a new position. All right, it's over to this direction. Hey, out of my way. There. Good. Okay, that one works. Now let's move over to another location. Okay, we're checking freight. So this is the busier area. Should be freight right here. There it is. Yeah. Now, an obliging truck. Oh man, this car's a little too fast. Oh, we got freight. I already knocked it off. Excellent. That freight's not getting picked up. Why? Okay, let's pause it and take a look at this thing. First of all, where am I? Player car. Right there. There is this one. Let's see the parent item. And where's the anchor? It's inverted. Okay. But if that one's inverted, this was set to 90. That means my other ones are probably inverted as well. I manually did that. Okay. This one needs to be negative 90. So stop. All right. Inside of this one, that is. I'm going to flip it around. I need a way to mark the front. I need to put the icon in. Let's do that. So heading over to the original. That is kind of a bad way to work with it. But let's get that logo into place. We're going to put an additional item up here, material. Let's create a material for this one. Do I have one? No. Where's the materials? Okay, map icons. What is map icons? Oh, that's a shader. Got it. Okay, shader graph. Got it. Now I need the material. So mechanic sign. There it is. I have the word mechanic literally in it. For this one, I'll call it depot, I guess, but I don't need the image. I just a mechanic shop icon. Let's create another one. This one is, oh, drop off icon. Perfect. All right, so now I just need something to show this on. 3D object, quad. There. Okay, now let's put the drop off icon on it. And let's change the size. Where's the size? Scale. There we go. Oh, let's just zip down here. This one, and then that works. Next, let's turn off the extra material. Well, whatever. Yeah, this one's good. This one is saved. Now, that does show up pretty well, but let's make sure that we have some glow in here as well. Turn that one on. The lighting does not show up as well. So let's go to the material. Drop off icon. It's an HDR color, so I can raise the intensity. Perfect. Save it. Now all of them should have that. This is also set up to float right in front of it a little bit, which means that if this gets turned around, I won't be able to see the sign. Perfect. Okay, so now I've got drop-off depot. Let's go over to the other drop-off depot. That one's good. All right, next, let's go up to A, drop-off depot. Good. B, drop-off depot. Also good. C, drop-off depot. Good. Double check that. Yeah. D, drop-off depot. Excellent. And this one, I just checked both of those. Perfect. The drop-off depots are good. Now, I do need to test that multiple of them work. I didn't get to that last time. But I had the reason why it didn't work, but I didn't validate that it was correct. There may have been more, or it may have been something else. Okay, with this, I end up traveling through the world. There's the icon. Oh yeah, the icon, I can see it through anything. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Because I've got the map item, like right here. If I were to set up the same icon on this one, well, whatever, I'll get that split out as some other upgrade. But the supply depot, this does emphasize something important here. Let's go pick up some freight. Did I successfully knock something off there? I did. Where did it go? I don't know. Maybe I knocked it in the water? I don't see it. There we go. Oh, where are you going? Okay, there we go. That's... Oh, there's so much car activity here. Wait, I'm close to a supply depot right now. Get over there. Thank you. All right, that worked. Okay, so that one was validated as working before. Let's get over to the other one. Out of my way, car. Okay, there's the other one. That's nice. Okay, I do like the fact that it glows and stands out so well. Really draws your attention to it. I need to do the same with the mechanic shops. All right, so now I need freight. Where's a truck? Thank you. I'll take that one. Wait, where did it go? Attach. Okay, it looks like I've got you. Enter. Excellent. Okay, the other ones are working as well. At least I assume they are. I'm not going to test all of them right now. Okay, save everything, and that's Depots are done. All right. Git add. All right. That's all in there. What else did I have on this last one that I'm doing? Races. I need to start setting up races. All right. So I should have at least one race on each one of these. Okay, let's see. I need the races, which there's one of the race tracks. I should set up a couple of these from here. So now let's take this one, and honestly, it doesn't matter which one is which. So in this, it does have a unique ID, and theoretically that unique ID should change anytime I copy this, if I did set up the scripts correctly, which let me check out race start. Race start, unique ID. So in this one, if the unique ID is empty, then it generates it. But it doesn't generate it because I copied it. That's something I was looking for before and I never found it. Okay, so I do need to make sure that the unique IDs get changed. That was one of the things that I really didn't like, that I have not found a way to solve in Unity. A way to give each object a stable and unique ID that I can obtain. The unique IDs that show up on the objects, as far as I'm aware, those change. So if I think it has an ID already built in, but if I remember right, those change, so I can't depend on them. Not when I'm trying to report that as a service or use it in save records or for other things to be able to use, because if something else registers the ID of that particular thing, then it's going to be meaningless when it changes. All right, so over here we generate. I do need something else. I need a way to generate a new unique ID. I suppose that could just be on start or something. On awake? No. All right, so what is this one? Race start. Yeah, we're observing the car race. It's not an awake. I don't need anything to happen in awake. I need private void on validate. And now inside of here, we just keep setting it to get new IDs. There was a problem with that. Races can't keep getting new IDs. Because if I have to make sure that they all have unique IDs, because that ID is what I use to save its best time. And so if I have the same one between two tracks, then I'm setting the same time for both. And that throws off the ability to play or get the increase your score. All right, throw public bool set new unique ID. All right, set unique ID equals false. So now inside of this one, I do need this code right here, Control C. Excuse me. All right, next, unique ID, best times, set unique ID, false. What do we have going on in here? Add race, cr.add race start. If set dirty this, there. Then we also are going to say set new unique ID equals false. There. All right, cool. Now editor utility, is this part of Unity editor? Yeah, it is. Cool. Now we've got this information. Let's head back into the game. I've got a way to now set the new unique ID. That's already in there. Excellent. So now I need to duplicate both halves of this. I feel like with that, that means that the race end should be part of the race start. I'm going to do that. I'm going to make it a child object. That doesn't mean if I ever move the end. Does this have a snap? It does. Perfect. Yeah, we'll get the two items together. Control D. Now let's put one over. For snap. All right, turn off snap. Next, we're going to go to this one. Where should I put it? I'll put it up here. All right. Now, snap and right there. Now, which one does this connect to? I duplicated both. Good. And then the first one connects to that one. Excellent. So that's another racetrack. Now, let's test out that I've got unique scores toward... Oh, I need to select the first one and now set a unique ID. Good. Got a new unique ID. Best time needs to be cleared. Oh, best time. Got it. Yeah, the best time is actually a negative. Or it's the smallest possible number, but this doesn't show negative. Negative. Oh, max time. It's got max time because I want to get that time lower and lower. So if it's float.max, then we know it's, I can display it as whatever. All right, so that sets up a second race. Now I do need to set the camera position. So let's do that from right here. That looks like a good spot. Now to set that one, that is race camera view angle, Control Shift F. There. Okay, that's 2 races set up. Let's get a few more in. I can put these all over the place, but Control C. No, both sides. Control D. Oh, okay, this actually works because it automatically appends the 2 on it as well. Oh, and all of these are part of Zone A. I'll have to move that as well. All right, where should this one go? Let's put it, turn on snap. Oh, I got both selected still. I don't need both selected. I just need the first one. All right, turn on snap. And we're going to set this one over. We're going to put it over here. Is that correct? Nope. Okay. Put snap back. There. Now, where are we? Set unique ID. Yes. Turn off snap. Okay, this is right near the edge of this one. Let's move it over just a little bit there. And this looks like a good setup location. All right, now I need the second camera. So we're on, or second end, we're on 2. And now let's turn on snap. Snap is on. We will set it over here. So we wouldn't be able to see it, the location, from the car's perspective, no matter which way we were facing on here. All right, now, which is something I was hoping to do. Now I need to set the actual perspective from the camera. This seems like a good setup. Okay. Set unique ID, and I need the child angle. Control Shift F. Okay, that set it to here. Excellent. Okay, now the positions that are in here, this is all part of Zone A, right? Yes. So these ones go to Zone A. Let's put in some dividers. Create empty. A. Oh, what is this one? Bottom. This is Y minus. All right, Y minus, that goes to here. Excellent. And you are all children of Y minus now. Okay, now we'll set out a new one. Plus, create empty, and this one is Y plus. All right. Now which one is Y plus? No, it's probably the last one. Yeah. Okay, Y plus goes here, and you two end up as children of Y plus. Minimize, minimize. Zone B. You are Z minus. Create empty, Z minus. Zone C. That one is Z plus. So over here, if you look at these, you can see the angle on the perspective view. And then you've got Y plus is the green marker, Z plus is the blue marker, so Z negative is the opposite side. It's a quick way to tell your orientation if you start getting used to using that. Z. Okay, so this one is Z plus. Create empty, Z plus. All right, now where is zone D? Oh, that one. Why do I have a couple points over here? Oh, I dragged those around. Got it. So technically this is zone D, even though it's got a couple elements that got moved to another spot. All right, so zone D, which way is this? This is X plus. Which means the last one should be X minus. over this way. Yeah. X minus. There. Cool. All right, so we've got several of these races set out. I should put some more in over here. Part of this is supposed to be for exploration. So right now, I've got a few that you head out and you find right around the beginning of the level. Let's also set up some more. What's this? Where does this go? This is a good one. I won't be able to see a marker that's too far away. But this distance, I should be able to see up to there. That puts it on the middle bridge. So let's put one of these right over here. All right, so we're still in y minus, right? Yes. Y minus, and then let's get a race start and a race end there. Now we're going to duplicate race start 3, set a new unique ID, snap to here. Sure. Okay, let's go over to select anything else for a second. We're going to put it right there. This is a more challenging one. Okay, so now that I've got that, let's go to end 3. Turn off snap. That's on that middle bridge section, right? Oh, this is on a building all the way on the other side. Okay, this was the bridge. So let's move it over here to the bridge. That should be visible to where I was. Turn snap off, and let's go back to the original one. That's not visible to where I was. If I had it over here, would it be visible? I could put it up there. All right, let's put snap on. We're going to put it right here. And where is the current one? We're going to go to race start 3. We're going to put it right here. And now let's give it a new line. Make sure we got a new ID on this. And then what is the final item on this? Oh yeah, the child that we need to set for the race view. That's actually not bad for the camera angle. We'll go up to there. All right, Control Shift B, F, there. Okay, race start is now set. I think that's enough for this zone. Let's start to expand this out. I need a bunch for the ceiling, so let's start adding these. Because this is going to be the tougher area. It's a lot of smaller corridors in here. There are some larger ones. It's also going to be a little awkward on the camera angles. Okay, I want to take advantage of hopping if I can. So hopping is where I can basically leap from one surface to another and not lose much. That's a more challenging item to be able to do. Okay, so let's add some points, like say up to here. All right, mechanic entrance, not mechanic entrance. I need a race start. So let's go to here, race start, race end, and duplicate. And we're going to drag these over to zone Y. Race start, snap to here. Upside down, so I'm working with some opposite directions. Okay, set a unique ID and turn snap off. Now I need a new place for it to go. This sounds good. Let's do that. Race end, snap to here. There. Okay, now I need to set the angle. Race and race start. Let's get that camera view to right there. Control Shift F. That one's set. All right, next. Wait, what just? Oh yeah, that's where that one's set. Perfect. Now I need some other locations in here for race points. Let's go here. All right, select the two cameras. All right, select the two race points, Control D, and now go to race start, set it to a new ID, and snap to here. Let's turn off snapping for a second. Okay, let's drop this down a little bit. And now from this location, I need a race endpoint. Oh, I can zoom out to, this is so weird to move around in. Okay, I can see the starting angle from here. Put the race end over there. Let's do that. All right, race end. For 5, snap is on, and put it right. Oh, let's go the other way. There. That seems like a good angle to set up for this one as well. Race start 5, camera angle, Control Shift F. Okay, we are set for, well, that's 2 of the races for that point. Okay, let's create a couple more down here. Up here. We're upside down. All right, duplicate. And let's go to race start. That's going to be 6. Unique ID. Do I have an underside somewhere that I can do? Oh, what's that area? This is so hard to navigate. Okay, I'll put it here. So race start, unique ID, snap to here. Go the other way. That will do. I want them to be a little bit hidden so there's some exploration factor to find where some of these races are. All right, race start. Now I need race end 6. And where should this one be? Okay, turn off snapping for a minute. I could just set up the angle first. right there. Okay, snapping for the endpoint to here. Okay, now, oh, set the pathway. This is for 6. Camera view angle, Control Shift F. Turn off, oh, I don't have snapping on now. That's perfect. I don't see any. Yeah, that's hidden away really easily. Okay. Got more locations over there. What about this area? Let's put one here. Let's get it back along the side. It'll hide it better, I think. Oh, there. That's a good spot. And I've got visibility to a large extra area up that way. Okay, cool. Let's set the locations where I want to put both to begin with. Okay, here to the bridge. Control D. Start 7, give it a new ID, and snap is on to here. Good. And now we need the ending, race end, which is going to be snap to this is so weird to move. Do that. Much better. Okay, now turn off snapping. That seems good. Camera angle, Control Shift F. There. Okay, we've set up Y races on here. So we have Y minus, Y positive races. I don't have any races on the other tracks, on the other walls yet, though. All right, so now I'm closer to the middle. Let's find Z minus. Okay. That's it over here. Am I upside down? I'm upside down. That's easier to move around. All right. So now let's just select this so I can move around the scene better. Oh, I don't need this view. Switch to here. That's easier to see what's going on in the world. Oh, that's a good spot for a race start. Let's put one there. Race end, race start, Control D. That creates 8, and we're going to drag this down to here. Okay, race start. I'll put you right there. And then race end, snap is off. Ideally, the end of the races would lead you to other interesting things, but I'm not putting that much work into the design right now. Snap. Let's put it over. It makes it a little too easy. Let's put it here. There. That seems good. Now, did I set a new ID? Probably, but whatever, we'll set it to a new one. All right, now I need the final resting, or the camera start angle. All right, that works. Control Shift F. What is that green dot? Okay. Now, what's the... That's this path. Okay. Let's find a new spot to put this stuff. Ooh, inside here. That hides it away. Let's get a new race drop. Control D. Oh, not there. Control D. Race start. We're going to put you right over here. Race end 9. Turn the snap off. This does not have a direct connection. Okay, so this actually makes a good spot to wire it up. We'll send this one over to there. Snap here. And so if I select race start, that's got the connection to it. Perfect. Give it a new ID, which I've probably done multiple times, but that's just fine. All right, select something new. Control SS. There. Highlight. Let's. I don't know. Is that? Yeah, I don't, that is okay. Whatever. All right, so that's another one. Double check which zone is this. This one. Let's go find another location to put. Ooh, right here's a good starting point. So let's put this one. Give me a race start and a race. Oh, race start there. Race start and race end. Control D. Okay, race start 10. Set it here. Okay, race end 10. I think this might be too far away for the camera to see. I have to kind of test that. So, well, if the line shows up in the gameplay, then that works because I have these lines that show up. Oh, I don't think that line, I don't know if that line shows up in the gameplay. I don't remember if I set up as a gizmo or a runtime draw. Oh well. We got that one. Let's go back to race start, give it a new ID, and get rid of snap. Cool. I'm going to leave this as is. I only have 3 axes of races set up, but that's still a bunch of different races. And we can add more. So Control S. That's more of a design work. Yeah, to expand on it. Cool. Next, let's test them. Let's make sure that these individual races actually store their unique times and IDs. I also need to make sure I can see the ends. It just occurred to me that a really good designer tool for Unity would be icons that we can add to the side of the game scene where we take game state, like while we're playing the game, and then we can save editor preference or something like that, that marks out that uh, Z minus or whatever environment or area, we mark out like which game object and say that this one has been checked. So we can mark as a tester, I can mark that this particular race has been checked. And that way I can see it. And then I can identify very quickly like, oh, I didn't get this one yet. No one checked this spot. And then if we make changes to that object, it also identifies and clears that validated bit. Oh, that'd be great for testing. Okay, I'm gonna make a note of that one. Notepad. All right, so Unity add-on. Show test icon on game objects. In-game, while playing, developer/designer creates marks the object for testing. This shows up in play when you have a test menu open that shows items to test. Okay. Gives a location in the world showing an arrow direction to head to and a warp, possibly. So that depends on the game integration. In-game, the in-game, a tester can play it and mark it complete or has issue. In IDE, that state shows up in scene hierarchy, shows up in the scene hierarchy as a red X bug or a green check. Good. On validate, if any values change, the check mark gets cleared. Slash changed to question. Okay. Yeah, get rid of that. There. All right, start. Where are we? Okay, we're over in this section. Now, I need some races to show up. Oh, I don't think the races show up in the map. I don't think I ever added that ability. Let's go check out another part of the world. Okay, the fact that I don't see any yet, this also tells me it's quite exploratory. But then when we first create the game, come on. Overpowered car is a little bit difficult to travel around in the world. There's one. All right. Testing. Okay, that showed me the spot. Best time unknown. Start race. Ah, come on. No. There. 13 seconds. Got a reward. All right. What other? There's a couple more that were in this area. There's one. Again, that doesn't show up on my map, but the view of it is. Yeah, I don't want it to show up on my map. I suppose it would be good to show up on my map once it actually has been run, because I know where the race is. But otherwise, I'm looking for the start location. Ooh, maybe I should set it up so the inner ring only shows up when, whatever. That's an upgrade. It's nothing that I need for right now. Where's some of the rest of the map? Oh, there's one. Oh, I saw it. Where did it go? Oh, that is nice. Okay, there is an exploration. The exploration is definitely happening here. What I mean by that is that when I'm running around. Okay, I found it. Got it. Where did I just go? Okay, there. There. What I mean is that trying to find these, even if I just spotted one, navigating around to find it can be its own challenge. All right, enter. Okay, that wants me to go to there. Start race. There. Okay, cool. Those are saving. Oh, stop. Oh, my game state never saved. Unless I went back to a mechanic. Okay, one more change. I do need the races to save the player. All right, so if I get to the race end, where's the race end? That one's connected to there. Let's get to the race end. And now in the code for race end, that's not it. What use is it? Two usages. Car race. All right, so in the update, we're not racing. Racing in Start UI. Okay, so the race running, we end the race and we return. So in racing, Start UI, and then we jump down to race is running. Got it. So we end the race. At ending the race, we've got the time. So now we need to save this. We've also got the UI closed. We set the rest of the stuff. We get rid of it. This needs to be our save point. So how do I do that one? I believe it's just locator dot observe. I save load system. Sounds right. Dot. Right here. So that's SLS dot save. So anything I need from that, or is just an expensive call? Yeah, that's fine. Not too expensive. It doesn't have much to serialize. Okay, so as soon as we complete a race, that's going to start marking that we are at that location. Let's do one test to make sure that that works, which I can effectively do by returning to the game, playing one race, and then stopping the game, starting it again, and I should start up where the end of the race was. So let's hit play. Uh, is this the bridge? I think it is. Oh, we got one right there. Let's hit the ground right below it. Oh, this is starting point. Okay. Yeah, that works. Enter. Start race. Let's go that way. So whether I won it or not, completing the race. All right, so we've completed the race. Now let's stop. That should have saved the game. And now let's play it. I should start from where that was, and not that mechanic shop that I had ended in. Excellent. Several trucks. They're flowing much better now. Car just popped out of a wall. Okay, they were flowing better. I think they just tripped each other up, though. Oh, if they drive over a car or something, then that really throws them off. I can travel between here. What just happened? Oh, got it. I was stuck between a spot in the world. Can I actually get into there? I can. Okay, that's kind of cool. Anyway, let's go to stop. This works. Save that. Races are done. What is this one? Sitting no. Get commit. Get dot. Get commit dash m. I think I got an extra character in there. I have to wait. Yeah, I did. And then in the quote, this one is races are working. Also, races now clear. No, races now save your state on end. Cool. There we go. What is next? Wait, I think that's it for this task. Let's go into there. Races. I allotted 2 hours. I am currently at what? An hour and 49 minutes. That was to set the races, the mechanics, and the depots. That was pretty accurate. All right. So doing is now done. Okay. Fixing controls I have allotted to 2 hours, and that should be next. But I just committed the changes I made. Make sure that's saved. Yes, everything is saved. State should be good. I was getting uh, okay, yeah. So next one is the buttons. Keyboard keys are straightforward enough, but the gamepad. All Okay, what's next? The gamepad. So, gamepad, there are some graphics that I can use for this that are public domain. I forget who did this, but someone created this stuff and it's really useful. Um, public, what is this one? Game controller button graphics, public domain, or CC0. This one might be it. Okay, and it's CC0 license, public domain. Kenny. Thank you, Kenny. This is exactly Xbox. How about Steam controller? I guess Xbox and Steam controller is pretty much the same. Let me check that. This one. Okay, so this is a Steam Deck, or technically it's not. It's Asus ROG. So maybe that's tied in more with it's Microsoft OS, but then the buttons are effectively the same. Pause button, select button, or switch button, whichever. We got the arrow keys. We got, yeah, we're duplicated on like all the same stuff here. So I guess Xbox controller for now will do. Perfect. We'll take it then. Thank you. Thank you, Kenny. Download. Sorry, I can't not afford that right now. I am unemployed. But donation is something I will plan on doing in the future, especially if this game makes any money. All right, so the core mechanic of this game is controlling the physics. It's not just about driving. It's about giving all sorts of insane physics to the car and really tuning that. Now, right now, I only have 6 sets of physics, I think it was, inside of there. So that will need some upgrades. But I've got lots of additional things to pull in that only take a couple lines of code to add. But I'm not limiting myself to that for release. That's just another upgrade that I'll be adding. I'll be adding more of these things as we go. Okay, so we got this one in there. Let's go to this one, open file. I don't need all these buttons inside of the system. So let's go. Do we have switch in here? Valve. Let's see what they are. Hey, wait a second. Why aren't you showing me what that? Why doesn't it show me it here? Are you unable to show me what a PNG looks like? That seems pretty reasonable. What was the other one? Oh, same thing, but smaller. Size is 20K for this. That's fine. I'll take this. All right. So next on this one, I'm going to move this into the project, which I need a location to do that. Let's drive it over into textures. So, oh, not there. Let's go to double. View large icons. Did I turn some setting off? Show. Options. View. Why isn't it not showing me any of this stuff? Okay, fine. The whole thing. I'm just going to take the whole thing in here. These are all PNG files. Sure. I might use any of them. I'll also need the keyboard keys. It's going to be another one. So let's drag this stuff in. Oh, escape that. I'll come back to it in a second. So textures, I'm going to put a new folder. Create folder, uh, input buttons. Create folder, Xbox. Okay, fine. Show and explore. Thank you. Copy here. Oh, I'm in a zip file. That's why I don't get all the thumbnails and everything to show up, because I'm in the zip file. All right, I accept. That's a reason, a good reason. So now, inside of Xbox, it loaded up the rest of those. They should all be transparent. Let's see what they do. Green. No, incorrect. Alpha is transparency. Apply. Okay, so now we've got all of those textures in there. I also need the keys that I'm going to be using on here. So let's find keyboard keys. Public domain keyboard key images. Free stock photo. No, I want the actual keys. Flat icon. Do you have something in here? Not exactly. Okay, there's A. Okay, I do see individual letters. Okay, actually just a box, and then I put a character icon for it. The only ones that I would need would be like Control Alt Shift, but then oh, I need to split out the input as well. That's another thing. I want to double check what my task includes. So inside of here, fixed controls includes separate the down force and strafe. Okay, that should be step one. Then select the gamepad and keyboard shortcut schemes. So what my controls will be. And then I need to put in the button key art. So I'll focus on the button key art at the end, but I've got some images I can use now. What I do need to do is separate downforce and strafe. All right, so let's select what buttons I think that should be. So forward, left, right. Let's go into here, play. Oh, I think B or Y is going to be the character to move, the controller to move forward. So start. Not in there. That's not wired in. Or it's not reacting at all. So let's test driving. I have no control. Is this plugged in? That's plugged in. Why is this one not working? There's something wrong with it? How do I test the gamepad? It doesn't think I have any in here. Okay, unplug it. Maybe I should set it up as Bluetooth instead. Oh, there we go. Okay, it just wasn't registering. All right, so now let's stop. Let's see what my action input button is. Is it Y or B? Feels like Y and then B. Okay, Y worked. That's good. Now, by driving around, I have control. That's actually nice this way. Okay, there's nothing there. I need to drop down. Okay, that's dropping, which... Oh, when I'm dropping down, I dropped right onto the surface. So I can't even turn. Okay, cool. Now, a boost key to go forward, like using directionals to drive forwards and backwards, that works. But having to use, what is this one, X and A? X strafes. That should be like these keys down here. All right, so let's change this to this one. This one will be the boost. This one will be the strafe. Okay. So now I need the input system. Where are you? Where's my events? There. Okay, input system. Oh, that's already set up. Next, we need settings, input system actions. Let's expand that out. Okay, so these are my controls. Strafe is currently set to keyboard controls. Action type button, but what button? Why do I not see this? So the arrow controls make sense. Okay, got it. So yeah, I see both sets of things in here. I see the keyboard controls, but then, oh, that's arrows. How is this choosing to respond to the gamepad? I don't see that set up anywhere. This is all keyboard stuff. Okay, so yeah, that's composite type. It's already in here. No, I don't want to add an action. Plus, on this side, add binding. Gamepad, none of that. How do I set up the gamepad? Okay, I gotta look this one up. I could have sworn this. I've had settings in here where I can choose the gamepad buttons, but right now I don't see any of that. I only see keyboard, And that doesn't make sense. Why can I not keyboard? There we go. All devices. All right. So if I'm now into here, add a binding. Okay, path is still just mouse and pointer, neither of which I want. Let's try this. Listen. Listening for vector 2. Doesn't have it. Escape. Gamepad. Wait, this took me to strafe. That's not what I want. WASD plus add binding gamepad. As soon as I click gamepad, that takes me down to strafe. What is going on here? Add binding. Oh, do we need to set it a name? Okay, let's just pick something to begin with. Position, sure. That's not what I want. I want something added to this. Add action. All right, I gotta look this one up. So Unity input system, add, modify buttons. Okay, because before in this one, I was selecting buttons, like setting them up so that it would be using the east, west, north buttons, as opposed to like X, B, A, Y. For gamepad. Gamepad options not visible. Yeah, I already have it. Okay. Map action. Yeah, we've got a map action. Oh, got it. So move is handled here. In this case, I do need to add another one. So that's WASD, that's the keyboard bindings. So now I've created this one. We're going to go to gamepad, interaction, and what is this interaction? Plus, hold. Okay, on hold, input settings. Okay, is it literally because of this one? Action type, value, control type, vector 2. No, I want this as a child here under move. It's another thing that should control move. Am I misunderstanding how this works? Apparently I am. What? Where did it go? Oh, if there's anyone on the feed right now who knows the answer to this one, that'd be awesome. I could use some assistance in setting this up. All right, WASD right here. I need to add binding with one modifier. Okay, now 2D vector, analog. So that's supposed to be that one. Next, strafe. Why does strafe get a vector 2? This is incorrect. Strafe is a button. What button is it? How do I set the button? Okay, so it's control on the keyboard. I should be able to add another binding to this one. Is that it? Add binding. Okay, so we've got another binding here. This is going to be gamepad. It's a button. Which button? How do I tell it which button to use? Why is this so hard? Wait a minute, and why did it switch me down to here? What? Okay, strafe is a button, but I can't choose which button. All devices, mouse, gamepad. There's another spot to select gamepad. Okay, so now I've got gamepad. Here we go. Okay, all control schemes. Now, I just added some empty bindings. Those are messed up. Let's get rid of them. Delete. So I added it and then it took it away because I added a section that could only go into one of these other ones, but it allowed me to add it here. Okay, not very intuitive. It should have come up with like some little alert message saying that one went under the all control schemes or the whatever control scheme. Okay, so in this case, let's get back to this one. There's button north. That's what I was expecting to find. All right, left stick. So we've got the left stick, yes. Okay, that's analog. Show derived bindings. Oh, nice, cool. I accept. WASD on the keyboard. Primary axis XR controller. I don't care. Stick joystick. 2D vector. That's something I added, so delete that one. All right, now strafe. Strafe is supposed to be this trigger. All right, we'll go with this trigger for it. I was considering weapons when I upgrade this one, so let's change that. So normally in this one, I would hold it with 2 fingers on this side so I could control either. And I've got those, but that doesn't work as well on this pad. However, on this one when I'm playing, same thing. Having both fingers up there doesn't work well. Okay. This controller works better, the typical Xbox controller. That one has a nice feel to it. So if I wanted to use all 4 buttons on the front, I could do that. But normally for several of the devices, it does not feel as good to be able to use those. All right, so for now, I don't have shooting. I'm not going to use that. And I will deal with shooting. Shooting, I'll make one of the top buttons if I need to. The action keys. The like the back button. The back button doesn't do anything unless I'm in the game, but I don't want to shoot stuff unless, like as I'm leaving the mechanic shop, I don't want to accidentally cancel and shoot another car or something on the way out if that's what I'm heading towards. Okay, so button north, gamepad. Okay. Down is also the control on the keyboard. Okay, so this is why I was getting both of those mistaken. So control and shift is what I want to use for this. So if I'm pressing control, that should be strafe. And if I press shift, that should be down. Okay, so this one needs to be shift. All right. Now for the gamepad, down is supposed to be, oh, I'm not going to be using the action keys when I'm strafing typically. All right, so X and let's make it X. Button north. So this one, strafe, I have as button north. And then Hmm. The action key. The action key is a good one for that one. Okay, so action. Let's duplicate the action for this one. So action on this is button west. So that's Y. Let's do it for this one too. Both of these are going to respond to that one. That'll be button. Let's go with west. Perfect. Okay, button west. All right, button west is for both of those. Excellent. Um, all right, now let's go to UI. Navigation, submit, click. Submit is any button. No. Okay, we have pause and cancel. So this is Z on the keyboard. I should make that one escape as well. Escape triggers the pause. I don't want to trigger the pause. Well, that won't matter if I'm already in another setup. Okay, so let's go to this one. Yeah, we're changing you to escape. All right, cancel is also going to be the B button. So let's add another one. Plus binding. This one is going to be south. All right, so we have button south, pause. Pause also needs a gamepad controller button. Add binding, and this one's going to be listen. Start. Perfect. Okay, I think that's everything. Let me test out the game in this mode now. So save it all, Control SS twice. It's on auto save. Yeah. Play. Oh, the reset button. I don't have anything highlighted to the reset button. I guess cancel would be that. Should wire that into cancel. Let's do that just so I've got that one. That operates by mouse. It's a special one. I'll leave it for the case so it's touchscreen or mouse. Yeah, it might leave some issues, but whatever. All right, play. That's an upgrade I can clean up later. And for usability, I really need to change the button controls. So, or give the ability to set the button controls. All right, so now that drops me down. There we go. Okay, so being able to drive forward and strafe at the same time would be nice, which is a little bit difficult right now. Drive forward with the down pressure set. Hey, where's my down pressure? Oh, there and there. Okay, so that should be YB. So right now, this is Y. That gives me more speed. You know what? I'm going to set these two to the other ones, to X and A. Let's do that. Strafe and the other one should be X and A. Inputs. All right, so now on here we have, what were the controls? So strafe. I want the X to be the speed, so north should be down. This one. We're going to change the button to north. That gives us our speed boost. And then our strafe is going to be east. Try that one out. Play. Okay, that control feels better. What? Why can I not steer right now while I'm holding this button down? I lose steering. Because I hit the surface. Yeah, once I hit the surface, it's much harder to do that. Because I need more force. My downward gravity force screwed up the steering. All right, that's fine. That's one of the physics values inside of this. So in other words, my gravity is too low for the steering to work. That down. Okay, so then which keys? Okay, that one worked for there. That's good. All right, so in that case, the gravity force, no, down pressure. I'm gonna reduce that to 10. Okay. Okay, that worked. All right. All right, generally speaking, I'm happy with that controller setup. I could work on improvements later if I decide to, but for now, that's what it is. Now let's make sure that these controls work. So here, okay, I'm on strafe right now. Okay, I got a wide surface to play with this strafe. Now let's also check the downward setting. Yeah, camera controls are going to be necessary, but not for release one. Yeah, that's just like resting right on the surface. But anyway, that's fine. Stop. I'm happy with the control scheme for now. Now I need the, oh, let's save it. Here, get add dot, get add dot, that was weird. Get commit dash M, and inside of here, control scheme worked. Initially reasonable. Git push. Okay, next. Which ones did I just finish and which one is still left? So I separated downward and force strafe. That one was fixed. There was just an input button that was duplicated. Next, I've got button key art. So I want to set what the keys are on this one. I feel like I should grab that from the input information. Okay, let's see. Unity, C Sharp, input system, determine which Xbox key and input action reference uses. Okay, so I want to determine which key the input action reference uses. So if it's the east button, then I want to be able to use the Y key or show the Y key. If it's a trigger button, right trigger, I want to show the right trigger button. Okay, yes, okay, well, how do I do that in code? Action reference, that's the action. That's fine. Bindings count. Okay, so I can go through the bindings. So when I initially show this stuff, I could create something that shows the actual key for it. Okay, yeah, I'm going to create a script that does this. I'll put this over here. That's my notes for the time being. Let's go generate a script. So we have systems. Yeah, this will be a system. Create folder. No, create script. This is going to be input icon system. Input icon system. Sure, that works. That's weird. I've gotten this one before where it saves and it has like a 14 millisecond different, a 1 millisecond difference in the time, and it's unhappy about that. So back to here. When we save it, that repeating error is going to resolve. All right, so now inside of this one, I need images that are going to be used for this. So public texture material. I should have these set up as material or texture. Yeah, I'll set it up for texture for right now. The icon that this one is, I need to know the gamepad that it's associated with. So I should be able to have the input types. Did this one have input types it was using? Bindings and contains gamepad. I don't want strings. It's using strings. Why is it using strings? Strings are so inefficient. Why not give me an enum? All right, so instead of this one, we need the icons. So let's create system.serializable public struct input icon map mapping. Now in this one we need public, and do I have a string? I guess I'll use, we'll go with public string input text, input path, and public texture. Public texture, this is the icon. All right, now public list icon mappings. New acceleration event? Really? All right, so what do we got? We got public system at serialization. I need to add these ones over. Screen over this way. Perfect. Okay, so now inside of this one, I need some commands that are in here. We're going to need the start or the awake. So void awake. Why am I saying system struct? Now in this one, it's a locator dot set, and that's going to be IIS. This. Okay. Let's create an interface for this one. Public interface. Oh, let's also create an enumerator. Public enum input action, no, input icon mapping context. Yeah, I can come up with a better name. Okay, so we've got these. I don't like the fact that I'm supposed to be using strings here. That doesn't feel right. Actually, it tells me to, but there's got to be a better way to get this information. So let's do a test here. I'm going to create a public. Oh, I'll put the binding up here too. Public uh, input action reference input action. Now inside of my code during the awake function, I need to establish what all of these mean. Let's go with, oh, whatever. I'll just use the first one. We're going to say this dot icon mappings dot, no, 0 dot, and now in this one, we got the input path. Oh, that's what we're setting. We input path, and we've got the input action as well. Input action dot bindings. How do we get the bindings? Dot action dot bindings. Okay, and this has a selection of them. So 0 dot, and now we've got path. Okay. Is there any enumerator in here? I don't see any. It is literally string. Okay, well, if I've got the binding up there, can I just store the binding? Okay, so I pass the exact same input action, and then I could create a function where I pass in what input action that I'm using, the input action reference. Okay, I'll do that. That's perfect. This is going to be my key. All right, so now I need a private list, private dictionary, and this one needs to be input action reference. Does this have dot names? String, comma, and then on this one we need IIM mapping, icon mappings. All right. Oh, these are both set up as new. Icon mappings. This is not the mappings. This is the list. Icon list. Configuration. Icon configuration. There. Can I just get rid of that? Thank you. Okay, over here. So we've got configuration and mappings. Now the locator we set this locator, why are you not available? Create nested type locator? Oh, is that because I've got this thing? Delete. It wants a string. Oh, okay, because I changed the name. Got it. Why can you not resolve locator? Is something else broken in the code? Systems.locator, static class locator located in devious vigilante. What? Okay, it seems to be indicating something is unhappy about this. Oh, that's just because it doesn't have locator still. Oh, I've got a dot. All right, that's what's going on here. So I'm going to get rid of this one. Delete. Perfect. Okay, now I need to wire up the dictionary. So wire up dictionary. Now inside of this one, the dictionary, we're going to go for each item in the input icon mapping. So for each, let's reduce the buildup on the uh, caching, not buildup on the caching, on garbage collection. Let's reduce the pressure on the garbage collection by using a for instead of a for each. So upper on this one is going to be icon configuration dot count. Why does it always switch it to count when I type in length? Is that for some reason more efficient? Writer keeps changing list dot length to list dot count. Why? Automatic code completion feature. No, but it erases what list.length and list.count can be attributed to its automatic code completion feature. Suggests using it. This feature is designed to improve performance by avoiding unnecessary method calls. Why why is length more expensive? Okay. C# generic list. Why is count better than length? Length does not exist. Oh, is that what's going on? Is it just suggesting it to me? Because so inside of here, like, look at this. It says length right there. Yeah, it's a property inside of it. But it changed it to count. F12, F12, Control F, LEN. Oh, it's not here. Okay. And then count. Yeah, count is there. Okay, why does it show me it? So in this one, it does show me the option of length inside of there. Oh, this is something for Writer to try to make things easier by giving you more options. Like, you might expect to find length in association with an array, but then that's not available on list. So it still shows you the option, but just doesn't automatically changes it over if you try to use it. Okay, I can accept that. I++, and now let's get to here. So now for every one of these, we need to add this mapping over to the dictionary. So we're going to say icon mappings dot add. And now inside of this, we need the key, and the key is going to be the input action reference dot name. How do we determine what the text is? Because each one of them has a special name that carries over and it shows it. So if I go back into the project for a second and go over to the inputs, we can see that this one is move, that one is strafe, and Unity input system actions have names or title text. How can I find that from C# with the input action reference? Action properties via script. That sounds like it's right. Ooh. How to get the input action binding name. That's even more direct. Okay. In this one, get binding for control, binding.value.name. Okay. Is it going to show me one of these ones or the top one? Because there's multiple bindings, and I want the parent one. All right, let's try it. Going back to the code, and inside of here, input action dot. Now, action. I need the parent. What is that? Oh, I didn't have that. Okay, so in this one, it is input configuration I dot panel input configuration. No, I literally have an item called input configuration. Why did you switch it to something else? Input configuration dot as icon configuration. Okay. Dot, and now I've got strings. Okay. Input path. All right, let's try that one. We'll see what values this comes up with. Input path. Oh, let's wire up the string names to be the same thing. So inside of this one, I'm going to say Control C. And this one will be input path. Okay, input path equals, and this one is going to be dot input action dot name. And this one should be the exact same thing. Comma, and now it's going to be icon configuration I. Ref. Okay, this is getting the struct out of here, and this is getting it out of a list. A list I cannot pull by reference, but this list at the same time, icon mappings, doesn't need to be a list. We're going to make it an array. There we go. New I'll just leave it empty. Because it's public, Unity will fix that. Okay, and now we have a length. I always liked length more than count. Length seems to suggest length is literally just a descriptor. It's not a verb. Count is both a descriptor and a verb, so that could imply that we're connecting to something. All right, I'm going to mute for 1 second. Okay, icon mappings. We got icon mappings, we got the configuration. This sets all of our values, make sure everything is set up. That works for me. Next, Control S, we save that. What are the values that we're going to get out of it? Well, I suppose we don't even need the input path. Let's just get rid of that. We're just using that to label things and make them look nicer. I wonder if there's a way that we can mark out which field, like what the text is going to be by mapping it out to a particular property, like input action.name. Well, with that case, let's just drag this up to the front and see if it gets the name or the string toString from this one. I don't think it uses the toString method though. There is no input path anymore. Okay, that gives us a configuration. Now I need an interface. So public interface I input icons. Sure. Public doesn't need a public. So we're just going to say, which one is this? We need the icon. So texture get icon for, and in this case, we need the action input. So IAR reference input action. All right, great. Now this one is going to be comma I. Sure. Give me the functionality. Now up in here, when we are setting this one up in the first place, yeah, I never used an enumerator. We're going to get rid of that line. We do use this one. That's there. Don't need this. There. Awake, wire up dictionary, mute for a minute. I'm back. All right, so now we have icon mappings. We got the mappings. We have the icon system, but we're going to use the interface now. I. There. So we pass out the interface for it. And that gives us this function. All right, great. Now let's also put in a public texture default. Texture. Unknown texture. All right, so if we have an unknown texture, that's what this is going to be returning. So let's say if input action reference equals null, or not icon mappings dot contains key. So if we don't have the key for input action reference dot name, then we are going to return this dot unknown texture. Otherwise, we have the item set up in here. So now we will be returning return, Control C. Dot, and now we need the icon. All right, that sets up the locator. We now have the values for this. Let's set up a few values inside of the system. I don't need to set up the whole thing, but I will need to use it next. So I'll have to create a script that attaches onto some form of UI. Vigilante 41 back into here. Okay. All right, that seems to be working out okay. Now we need a new system. So let's create the new system, create empty, and this one's going to be public. No, input icons. Add component, input, icon system. All right. Now inside of here, we've got the configurations. All right, so we got a few items in here. I don't need them all. We'll just, there we go. We got 3 of them. Input action reference. Let's select a few. Player action. Player down. Player move. All right, so over here now for the icon, let's go over to the texture we're going to use. The textures are stored down in textures. Input. Okay, so the first one is the action button, which was what? UI action. Player action? Action, there we go. Button west. Okay, so that's just action button, but then that is the button west on the gamepad, which is Y. Hey, wait, this has A and B in there. What about X and Y? The Xbox, wait, the Xbox controller has X and Y on here too. Why is this not included? Am I missing something? Like the A, B, X, and Y has been part of the Xbox controller the entire time. Why is it not in here? Where's the textures? Did I grab everything? Okay, let's go over to here. Oh, I used Valve Index, not Xbox Series. Okay, that changes things. Okay, we're going to get rid of these. Delete. Yes. That's not Xbox. Okay, so now I need double. Okay, I can't move them this way. Let's do this instead then. Kenny's inputs, extract all. Yes, sure. There's a lot here. 5,000 items? Okay, move that out of the way. Let's start going into the folders. I'm looking for Xbox, which is not there yet. F5. So I guess I'm going to wait till the end. Xbox Series. All right, double. That looks correct. I feel like I should wait. There. Go away. F5. It's got the latest. Control A and drag these ones into Xbox. Okay, much better. Now select all these assets and set input alpha. Apply. Cool. Now I need the input icons. So over here, I need a texture for action. Action right now is Y. Is that correct? It's the west button. Action is the button west, so that's Y. All right, there we go. All right, we'll use this one. All right, next we have player down. Player down is button north. North is X. Use X right there. The last one we have is player move. Player move is the left stick. Okay. So Xbox, do we have analog left? Analog stick left. Okay, there we go. There. And do we have an unknown texture? Something to signify unknown? I do not. That's just going to be a question mark, so let's just create a question mark. Over here, we're going to use, what was it? Font Awesome. Font Awesome is an awesome font. So now I need question. Give me a question. No. I can't believe the question mark isn't a searchable item. All right, we're going to mark out free, and then we will use this one. That matches the button control scheme better. Now, on this one, we have print screen. All right, so we got that one. Now let's take fill and give me a transparency. Give me a high tolerance. Not high enough. Higher tolerance. That seems good. All right, save this one. And its location is going to be over to projects, 41, assets, 41, textures, input buttons, unknown. Cool. That one is now minimized. Let's go over to the actual game now. All right, so where is unknown? Unknown is right there. Alpha is input, apply. There. Perfect. Should be in here. Where's unknown? Is that one. Okay, yes. We'll do the same thing here. So unknown. Let's go back to here. I want to put unknown in the parent folder. Oh, everything starts with X, so that makes it easier. Cool. Now I need input and unknown. There. Okay, so I've got the system generally available now. Now I need to create something that will display it. And this means the fact that I'm creating the system to do it means that when I produce something that changes the input mapping later, the reference, it's going to find out which keys it uses by reference. Oh, no, this is a mistake. Oh well, I'll upgrade that when I put in configurations, when I allow players to make configuration changes to that input system. All right, we got this one. What's going on here? Move that over. What's this? Pending. Whatever. All right, move that one back. We got the inputs. Yeah, so this is not going to work completely for the end stuff, but it works for what I have now. Next, basically, if I wanted to, I'd be searching through the bindings to find out which options that I have here. And then I should have an icon for keyboard and icon for gamepad. All right, now I need to actually show this stuff in the UI. So let's start doing that. Textures, packaging, game, scene. Game's not a bad one to view for this one. All right, let's go over to, where is this? Textures. No. I should show what the options to do in here are. So pick up, drop off, and enter mechanics is all one of the keys. All right, so they'll put that one in header. Let's go up to here. UI header. Where'd you go? The panel. I need the actual panel. So source element there. In-game header. All right, let's expand this out. And now I need to add another one. So we got top bar over here. Let's create a couple items, which right now I believe the whole spot. Let's produce 2 upper sections. Okay, so we can split this one up. There we go. All right, so we got that one split apart. Now, this one needs to be split. We're going to put this one in here twice. So go to Control D. Thank you. And now we'll get rid of the first ones, delete. This visual element should be taking about 50% of the page. So we're going to go to size and we're going to go to width of 50%. Okay. The other one is also supposed to be a width of 50%. All right, top bar. Now, how do I have items aligned in there? There, that should be set up. Visual. All right, what are the settings that I need? So from top down, sure. This side over. Okay, yes, that's what we're doing. Next, I want to align from the top. There. And from that side, auto. It's weird. So the first visual element in here, we should stretch all the way across. Align the items from side to side. It's set to 50% for width. Visual element. Can I modify? They're the exact same thing. Come on, let me change it. Okay, so basis is auto. We're going to set these across like that. Justify content, align self is going to be that way, and align self here is going to be what? Oh, got it. Okay. So on this one, I'm set up to go that way. On this one, I need to be set up to go that way as well. And now I can align on the parts that I want. So align self. I need align self to go that direction. Why can't it? Top and bottom are both aligned there. So align self. What's the parent item? That's set up that way as well. Okay, do I have something inside of this? I duplicated the element. So let's, maybe I shouldn't duplicate the element. No, I didn't duplicate the element. I did. Yes, I did. I absolutely duplicated the element. Let's just drag another one in here. Okay, so this one needs its content. Justify content needs to be all the way across, should be this way to this way. That one's done. All right. This one over here, I need to put in some instructions on it. So let's go to add new visual element and add new visual element. All right. This one is going to be, what should it be? Well, let's get rid of this. We'll put in a texture. I need an image and I need a label. Image. Let's give it a texture to begin with. Source is going to be Xbox. Controller. Okay. Now that we've got that one, visual element, we need to align this all the way to the side. That one should be way over there. We're going to put the artifacts this way. That tells it what's inside. Now align the items. We want everything to be over there. So we're toolbar. Toolbar justifies the content should be all the way across. You'd be aligning both sides, splitting it in half. Where? Now I'm just clicking on things. Okay, that brings me to the center for some reason. Moving align self changes me from center to side. This doesn't make any sense to me. Align self should be auto. Align content. That's what I want. Okay. Excellent. Perfect. Okay. So now that I've got the icon, let's change the icon. We're going to reduce its view to, say, here, and then the text next to it. Hey, I can put a logo in here too. Let's do that. Over here, let's add visual element. Okay, so now on this one, we need to put in a texture here. Image. And now let's grab the logo. Did I ever put the logo in here? I don't think I did. I have not. We're going to put the logo in now. Okay, so now the logo. Where do I have the logo being saved? I will go find it. So that's going to be here, share, share, storage, stagnant, projects old. The hard drive has to wake up. This is one of the older hard drives. Or it's not solid state. All right, so now inside of this one, we need Vigilante. That's not here. Did I put this in this one? I did. Okay, Vigilante, non-project, press Obsidian logos. That one. Alpha. Textures, right there. Okay, so where is the visual element logo? And the texture is logo. Oh, I that one. I do want this text to be larger though. I guess this one will be better in the bottom. So let's actually take this, add it below toolbar. There. So now that one should be aligned to the bottom, but we'll get to there. I'll put this in the bottom corner over here. Move it out a little bit from there. Oh, no. Let's add that back up here. And now I'm going to move it to part of this one. We'll keep it in the center, but we will align this one to the side. So align self to that side, which is that's. Okay, that puts it over there. Next, what have I got? This one. Why is this one so wide? Align self, justify content, set width. Width is 50%, right? Background, no. I have width set to 50%. We're going to go back to auto. Much better. Okay, and then this one probably has a width set of 50% as well, right? Because I think I set that all. 50% and this one as well, but none of them do. So this is working better. All right. Now, what's this space? There's something there that feels like it's taking more space. Okay, I guess not. Vigilante off to the side. That seems to work. Select Vigilante. Let's do a little bit of adjustment. None of those are adjusting it, which probably makes sense. Align items. No. Auto. Auto and auto. Sure. Now offset position from the right. Okay, so now how does this deal with change? That doesn't work well. Fit viewport. I don't want to fit viewport. 100%. What? Okay, there we go. How do I set the dimensions on this one? I've got to have a way in here to set what the default size is. So if I go up to this header, I do want, oh, there we go. 1920 by 1080. Match game view. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, much better. Now that I got that, because the game is currently locked to 16:9. And I plan to keep that for now. That just keeping a locked aspect ratio solves a lot of things. All right, now visual elements. I need the logo there. So when I'm setting the position of it, it is now locked. So let's also align from top. There we go. Now for the scale of this thing. Size. All right, and the position, let's take the position again, top. All right, cool. I'm sure there's a much better way to do that one, but that one solves it for now. Okay, we've got the button and now the label. So visual elements, this one needs to be, what is it? The first one is move. Now let's put a label in here. That label should be easy to see. Label, let's put the text in. What is this one? All right, so the move key. Oh, as I manipulate this, it modifies where this one is. All right, well, in that case, we're going to move. No, we're going to keep that as is. I'll just modify that once the text is done. Let's set a size for this one. So if I go over to the logo for label, can I set a size? Inspector, label. Let's get rid of the size auto. So in this one, we're going to say position absolute. Oh, much better. Yes. Okay. Which one did I set that to? I need. Hey, how do I select this item back? Why did I lose the ability to select the individual items here? Let's go back over to the logo and let's just set the position absolute now, since I'm doing 16:9 and that's locked. So absolute. And now let's move the position from here to here. All right, excellent. Now I've got the other one. We're going to move the label. This one, the image for this one, I don't want that to be absolute. That should be relative. Where'd the label go? That is relative. That's fine. Okay, drive turn. Can I just highlight that? Am I in some odd preview mode? Okay. So we're going to set the width. Didn't I just set you for an absolute position? Based on its offset, I guess. All right, so we'll lock this one in, change the text to there. Hey, come back over here. All right, logo's at root, so that means I can place it anywhere and it'll be happy. This item, however, does need to move over, so move needs to be aligned to the side. So we want this to go. Now keep the items there. How do I align you to the side? If you're set to go this direction, why is my align self up and down? Oh, okay. Yeah, I've got this logo item needs to go away. That's not necessary anymore. That fixes it. All right, so drive turn. Now the text inside of here, we need to increase that font. Drive turn. Sure. We are going to align its own self contents to, where is that? That sets it down. No, I want it this way. There. Align self, align items. Justify content to the side. Yes. All right, that works. Now we need the text to be in here. So for this one, we're going to go with maybe something light blue. That should be visible in most. No, that's going to disappear when we are looking at different areas of the game. Okay, drive turn. Sure, I can change the color on this if I decide to later. All right, so now we need the, that's move. We need another one in here. Control D. That sets up another one. Why did it get so shrunken? So inside of here, yeah, sure, we can expand on that. That offset is kind of weird though. Like that looks much better. Okay, the next one that I have in here is action. So the action is pick up / drop freight. And enter mechanic. Okay, that just extended past the text. That works fine for this. Excellent. Now I need to duplicate this again. Control D. No, not the label. I meant the segment. So that's move. This is going to change to, what am I changing this to? Pick up action. All right, for action, yeah, that's correct. Now I need to be able to set what the image is. That's actually pretty easy. Okay, so the image is here. And, oh, I don't have a script for this one yet. I need to be able to find these images again. So we're going to call this one action image. So I can find it again. And this one is move image. Okay, now I need another one. So Control D. And now for the parent item, that there. Pause. Oh, what's the other one that I have that I've already set up for these actions inside of here? So input icons, we've got action, down, and move. All right. You know what? I'll just call this. Uh, freight. Where's the text? Let's reduce this one down. Freight / mechanic action. Okay, pick up, drop off, freight. The next one inside of here, that was action, but we're going to say drop. Drop. I'll change it to speed mode. I'll just call it speed. Because technically the gravity drops, but it makes more sense to the user that this is just speed. All right, so now the image on this one is speed image. Okay, so freight speed image. Yeah, all right. And the label for this text. This one is for speed, so speed. Awesome. So now that I've got all of those, we got speed image, action image, and move image. Save. Now I need the code for this one. The code is over here in header. UI header, UI document. That's in the script for this one, in-game header. We're going to minimize this down so that I can interact with some of the other parts. Or I want to see the values that are over there anyway. Okay, so where's the in-game header? This is the in-game header. All right. These parts I don't need to change, but I will need to know the actions that I can use. Do I have any actions in here already? I do not. All right. So now I'm going to create a, what do we need? System.serializable public struct actions. Public struct actions, and now inside of the actions we need action public input action reference, and this is going to be action public input action reference move public input action reference speed. So I got those three in there now. This is the first test. I need to validate that all of my code works, then I'll fill in the rest of the lines for it. All right, so public. Now I need the icons for each one. Nope, come here. Public image action. Oh, public texture. No, these ones are fine separately. All right, so at the beginning it needs to gather these ones. All right, so inside of here, well, these will still be public. Public, what is it? Image. And this needs to be action image. Public move. No, public image. Move image. Public image. Speed image. Now I need to gather that item, those from these. All right, so label. I just have the word label, and that's querying it. Does query get recursively? No, I want the, give me the documentation link. Come on, right there. Okay. Do you operate recursively? Okay. Root visual element on which the selector will be applied. Specified the elements in the name. Okay, that documentation sucks. All right. Public documentation sucks. Let them know. Leave feedback. Information is missing. Does not say if this is recursive. Like, at this point in the documentation, we're about as low level as it gets because this is like extracted straight from the code to generate this. But at the same time, then this information is still missing is it recursive or not? And that should just be there, like the key value, the key things that we would expect to find for using this. I would hope to find there. Okay, uQuery extensions, we'll leave it at that. uQuery is a set of extensions to select that from inside a complex hierarchy. So that seems to suggest it, but then at the same time, it's talking about children, but then not grandchildren or lineage or anything like that. All right, so we'll try it and see if we're able to get anything. So first off, we need, I need the actual field here. So where is that? Public. Action fields, actions. This dot actions dot action image equals this dot UI document dot root. Can I query from here? No. Root visual element dot q. Oh, this is going to be image. And inside of this image, we need the name of the element, which is going to be move image, action image. This dot actions dot move image equals this dot UI documents dot root visual element dot q image. And inside of here, we need move image. This dot actions dot speed image equals this dot UI documents dot root visual element dot q image. Missing the wrong q. And the text is going to be speed image. All right, so now that we have those, we're now going to say this dot actions dot action image dot image equals, and now it is this dot action image Can I convert source type image into this one? Oh, duh, this is not where I use this one. I need the locator for this. All right. Which the locator in this one is more of a one-off. So let's just say this dot observe. Let's get the locator for this one. I'll create a reference to it. I don't need to store the reference, so let's just keep it this way. Var ref equals. I can't actually set those until I know it. But this doesn't change, so whatever. We'll just do it. Locator. Locator.observe. And in the observation, we're going to say observe. What type do we need? Dot. Locator.observe I. It only has void. What? Oh, duh. I. Close that. And now with this one, we're going to say this piece. Control X. So we set all the variables for those, and then once we have the input icons, it's going to now set the images. That's going to go over to I dot get icon 4, and this one is this dot actions dot action. All right, this dot actions dot move image equal dot image equals I dot get icon 4. This dot actions dot move. This dot actions dot speed image dot image equals I dot get icon for this dot actions dot move dot speed. Okay, so theoretically that should all work now. Oh, no, I need to go back into the actual game and I need to set those references up properly. So the UI header now has actions in here and I need to set what they are. So first off, the action, player action, move is move, and speed is down there. Theoretically, this will work. Save it all and play. Will it update the icons? Drive turn, freight mechanic action, speed. Nice. Okay. That's exactly what I wanted. I also have the Vigilante Racer logo up. So now start. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know. Depending, that is to change its axis. Oh, I thought that this was. Okay, cool. It is not. All right, the code works. This also, I like this setup where it's just like this is an arcade feel. It's just like you can step into it. You immediately got a set of control identifiers so you can reference back to that, and that's it. And then I can put an option in the. I've always kind of despised having to go into a play control. Like you play so many different games, they all have different controls, and as you step out of them and go back into a different game, maybe you're in an expert level farther ahead, but it's been 2 years since you've played it and now you don't remember the key combinations anymore. I really like the idea of having this listed up here. I think it also just it shows you what you can do. All right. Okay, so we got speed, we got control. Awesome. Now we're going to go back into the input action system. Something was out of range, but we were stopping the code at that time, so I'm not concerned with it. This one, map icons, UI builder. That's what I'm looking for. All right, so the UI builder, we've got speed. What else are we going to add here? So let's go to these other different items. Speed, control, DDD. Expand, expand, expand. All right, so we've got speed. What's another one? Strafe. Strafe image. All right, so now strafe image. Now let's set the text. Oh, I need the whole area to expand now, so let's drop that down. Those expand differently. Right there. Label for strafe is now strafe. Okay, cool. Um, Pause. Pause image. All right, so we got pause image, pause. I think that's it. Yeah, we'll keep that as it. Now inside of this one, hit there, hit there. Hmm. All right, so now we've got the different buttons in there. Now I need to set those as well. So back to the code. So inside of the code, we've got a couple more actions to put in here. So we have strafe and pause. Public IAR, strafe, and public IAR pause. Public image, strafe, image, public image, pause image. Now we don't set these ones, so I do want to put the hide in inspector. Cool. All right, now we're getting the images, so let's grab the last two, Control CVV, and now this is going to be strafe image and pause image. All right, so actions move image. This will be strafe image equals actions.strafe. And over here is pause image equals actions.pause. All right, now I've got two more things to update inside of my code. I need to create I need to tie in the action references here, and then I need to go to input icons and set those up for it. There we go. All right, so strafe, strafe, and pause. Pause. Okay, so now the input action system. So we're going to add two more. The first one is the strafe. The second one is pause. All right, so strafe, what was strafe in this setup? Strafe is set up to the button east. Button east is Y. Xbox. Xbox button Y color. Yes. Okay, there we go. Wait a minute. Action. Is that the same thing? No, no, no. That can't be. What did I have for player action? Action is game button west. Oh, strafe is A. Okay, wrong button. All right, A. There. And now the pause button is the Xbox pause. Do we have something on there just called Xbox pause? No? Okay, here we go. Menu. Okay, now let's go play. Do we get all the controls to show up as I'm expecting them? Oh, those icons are not showing up. Why not? Oh, duh. Um, Wait a minute. Did I? I must have failed to look them up somewhere. So, okay, here. Oh, that definitely has a typo. Image. So we don't find the image and we try to set the document according to this. That gets us a null reference. We got a null reference. And so it failed this document. It didn't set the icons. Wait a minute. If that was the case, why was it? It still should have gotten pause image. Because grabbing that one, returning a null shouldn't have been an exception. So it wouldn't have stopped it. So that means when we got to here, it still set the top icons for this. This dot actions dot image strafe dot image equals, or strafe image dot image equals get icon for actions dot strafe. Yeah. All right, that one's set up. That one looks correct. Now return to Unity, which is still building. I don't have buttons indicating what to do on all the UIs yet. I think that's okay for the moment. All right, strafe, and now play. Do we get images across on all of them? And if not, do we get an error? No errors. And we got the images. Good. Okay, so action sends us through there. Cool. All right. All right. Gravity force is still too intense, but that's also something to change. All right. Buttons are working. I don't have keyboard buttons on here, so I should switch to that. But whatever. I will keep the keys up there. The keyboard keys are. Yeah, whatever. This is optional stuff. Okay, 1 second on this. All right, so I think that finishes this task up. This is certainly a system that I can improve on later, and for right now, that works. Okay, take this one, hit escape. Oh yeah, save it all, and now return to console, terminal. Okay, git dot and git commit dash m icon instructions are on the screen. Git push. All right, so we got that one. What else was it? Was there any other part of that task, or was that it? Where is that task? Where's Asana? There it is. Okay. Now we can go away. Let's drag this one up. I don't need this. I'll keep this one up. Get rid of that one and that one. Cool. All right, so what do I have in here? Fixed controls. So inside of this one, I needed to separate the force and strafe. That's done. I needed to select the gamepad and keyboard schema. Done. And I needed the button key art. Done. Okay. That's what I set out to do. That was for 4 hours of work estimate total. Done. Now, keep in mind, I am shortening that. I could have done more time of work, but I don't need to yet. I will. Those are upgrades that I can add at any point. What do we have now? This has been 4 hours, so I've taken the 4 hours for it. All right, and I think now is probably a good time for a break. And then the last two features that I have is a little bit more in audio polish to finish that one up, and I'll move that one down to here. I guess I'll move both of those. These are the ones that I'll be actively working on next. The audio polish and the video polish. Audio polish is almost done. Engines might be a little bit more complicated. And that the smooth car interactions would also deal with that. Can you show me this one? Thank you. Description. So smooth car interactions. This is traffic slash truck for center offset. If close enough, if it's close enough. Hey, didn't I create a notepad on this? No, that's a different one. All right. No, at least not on any text that I have up here. All right, so smooth car force interaction. So track the traffic and trucks for center offsets, or for center to player car physics checks. If close enough, by SQMag, by square magnitude, check each engine for distance slash pressure slash angle, normal, to apply to car. technically this should be between cars as well, which doing this, since I have to dive between all these different game objects, is really taking its toll into this needs to be a system where this is managed and the physics gets managed for it. For right now, it's only 100 cars, and so that's not too bad. But yeah, we do hit the performance limits at like 100 in this game, and it was like 200 in one of my other performance tests. But that's using game objects to manage these structures, which was painful. Okay, if close enough by square magnitude, I suppose I could do, well, whatever. If close enough by square magnitude, each engine for distance pressure normal to apply to car. Okay. Also, return this value for L/R distance average engines for sound, for engine sound. Store separate AV VGLR for traffic and trucks. Because that's really where the engine sounds come from. The engine sounds come from, I guess I could just apply an engine sound to each one of the game objects for now. And so as we get close enough, we need that fall off to really stand out there. But each one of those objects will have its own engine sound. And I'll just use the default sound system for that. I'll do that. Okay. Yeah, let's do it. Anything to save in here? Did I miss it? No. Good. All right, let's go to the prefab for the traffic car. So prefab for the traffic car. And I'll have to set up a separate engine noise for myself. But for right now, prefabs. Scroll up, prefab for traffic car. That's the more common one. Not trailer car, traffic car. There we go. Now we need a sound. Audio source. All right, now inside of this one, we need the generator. We need the sound that it's going to be using. No. That's not bad. I could use that one. No. Okay, I'll go with the first one. Machine medium loop. No, this one. There we go. That'll be the cars. The other one can be, let's go to this. All right, now output, what is the distance for this one? Play on awake, loop, yes. Priority volume, 3D sound mapping. Now, what's the distance? What's the cutoff? That's set at 300 meters? That's what the distance is, right? Okay, we're going to reduce this. I don't need 500 meters. This is going to be 100 meters. All right, that works for me. Now, if that's the case, I'll start getting those engine sounds in there now. I'm going to turn the sound on. And as I get close to the cars, I should hear it. Oh, that's loud. All right, stop. We need a much heftier cutoff. So I don't really need to hear those things until I'm like right there. So we're going to put this as 10. And we need that cutoff to really drop down fast. There. All right, save it, play. I don't want to hear that sound unless we're there. No sound initially. It builds up. Why is it building up? It's putting in cars, but I'm not close to any. Oh, that's a bug. I need like an audio distance meter. Well, I guess that could be whatever the volume is set at for a particular car. So all these are building up. That sound is really building up fast. That doesn't work well. We're still way too close. So where's the prefab? Traffic car. We're going to reduce the volume on this. We don't need it that high. Second off, pitch, pan, whatever, that's fine. Spatial blend, reverb, Doppler level. Let's increase the Doppler level. Okay, we're going to reduce the sound a lot more. Play. Okay, I'm not getting massive feedback at the beginning. Turn the sound up a little bit on my side. I don't get any noticeable sound difference when I'm near them at all. So let's raise the volume up a little bit from that. Let's go to 0.2. It was at 0.05. And I believe 0.4 was still way too loud. Where's the cars? There's a car. Okay, so the sound picks up as soon as other cars get back nearby. So I gotta create that one a little bit better. Unity audio source, set it up so that it fades out over 10 meters. Because maybe I'm looking at the, understanding the variables on this wrong. Audio is not a section of this that I normally work with, and I want to pick it up more. I've been getting into the art side a lot more, but I need to get that audio feedback as well. Okay, fading in and out sound slash music by distance. Source fade by distance. Okay, so it's spatial blend to 1, fully 3D. Okay, so let's go to here. We're in traffic car. Spatial blend to 1. All right. Audio source in the inspector. Adjust the volume roll off. Logarithmic. Minimum distance. The max distance. The volume at which it reaches 0. Okay, ensure the roll-off graph drops to 0 at max distance. That's a problem that this roll-off doesn't do that. Minimum distance, do we set 0? Oh, okay, there we go. And then 10. All right, cool. So that does appear to do it, but at 1, where we're only looking at minimum of 1, we don't see the cutoff. This is just showing us that range. So inside of here at 10, oh, that's why we're seeing it so much. Okay, so max. This is showing me just what I'm trying to look at here. It's not actually what the cutoff is. The cutoff is still at that major distance there. How do I actually do that? Because these numbers are kind of a pain to work with here. Doppler level, is that this? No, none of those seem to affect this. Reverb zone. All right. Spread blend, sure. Stereo pan, pitch, volume. Not concerned. Okay, so then in order to change this, I set up the max distance, but I need that maximum distance to come back. So that's the listener. How do I... That's because of how far away the listener is now. So in other words, I need to tune all of this audio manually? Ugh, this is a pain. Okay, let's do a linear roll-off. So linear roll-off going out to here. Now, if I change the distance, the linear roll-off works, but if I go to a logarithmic roll-off, that value keeps stretching out into the distance. And I don't know how to change the settings. I don't know if that's just a bug. So we're going to change this one. Max distance, no, linear roll-off. And the max distance is going to be 12. At 12 meters. All right. Hopefully that should work. Save it all, play. All right, let's go to start. Where's a car? There's some cars. All right. We're going to take the original. We're going to bump that one up. So we got volume level up to 1. Sure. Play. So that means all the traffic cars in here should have a volume level of 1. But I want it to stand out. Nothing. Okay. Nothing. Pause. Let's go over to the scene view. Where's my car? Player car. We're over here. We have audio right there. What is your audio source? What is your setup? You're on linear. You do set that up. You're on play loop. You have the audio max in there. What is it? Spatial blend is 1. So it's fully 3D. Doppler level and spread. All right, what do we got going on next? Min distance, max distance. So before I had way too much audio. Now I'm not getting any audio. Let's try increasing the distance because, like, right now, this is about 6 meters. The car is 3 meters long, I believe. Let's do a check there. We got the traffic car. We're gonna add a cube. 3D cube. Sure. And now I'm gonna move the cube to just outside of here. Now that cube scale is still set to 1. So now let's go to here. And now let's adjust its rotations. 0, 0, 0. There. Okay. So at 10 meters, that's this far away. All right, well, let's increase the range on this one then. So let's stop. I'll keep up this car. Let's go to this car, go to the audio source, and let's expand the max distance. Oh, there we go. So we should hear that. What are we at? We're at 30. So now play. Oh, I just stopped it. Fine. We'll go over to the traffic car and let's set up the max distance to 30. Volume is maxed out, Control S and play. So if a car ends up spawning immediately next to me, then I am going to get the audio that starts building up during this menu. Because if it spawns while I'm at the start menu, it can't move, but it still is there. That system feels spotty. Okay. So my own speed also needs to have the sound relayed to it. So I need a control to add a couple audio sources that are going to be based on it. We can also depend on the camera's distance to trigger the sound for that one. Yeah, because we still have the camera. It's oh, duh. This is why it's not working well. The camera is the audio listener is based on the camera, not the car. I am going to see if I can change that. I've never tried that. No, I think I have. I think I have changed that setup before. But let's go to the main camera. We've got the audio listener in here, and we're going to go right click, copy component, and now let's go over to the player car. Let's go to this one, right click, and paste component is new, which should put it down at the bottom. So we got our audio listener on the car. Next, I want to go over to the main camera, and we're going to remove this one. Okay, I think the audio will work nicer now. Let's find out. Oh, and I was instantiating objects before, and those objects would instantiate at 0. So I think that's one of the reasons I got the high values. Okay, much better. Okay, yeah, heck yeah. It was the camera issue. Oh, someone dropped their freight. Excellent. Now let's also put the same thing on the trucks. So where's the trucks? I'll just copy out the audio source for the car, and then we'll change the audio track. All right, so now let's go to car, prefabs, mechanic car, traffic car, scroll down to our audio source, right click, copy component, and now we need to go into the tractor, and paste component is new. The audio we're going to change. That goes to that one. I think we were looking at this one. Dubstep. Right there. That's what I'm going with. That is the tractor car, or the tractor numbers. All right, so now we've got that one. We're going to copy this again, copy component. And now in the trailer caboose, we're going to add the same thing. Paste component is new, and trailer car. Paste component is new. Perfect. Control S twice. Now let's play, and the trucks should also show up. F5. Oh, just play. All right. Cool. Okay. Save that. Control Shift S. No, not Control Shift S. Just double. There we go. Now, git add dot and git commit dash m space audio is in place for everything but player car. And then git push. All right, now for the player car script. So inside of here were my car scripts. UI, systems, editor, physics car. Create script audio controller. player car audio controller. I suppose it's maybe engine sounds. So now let's go. I need two sources. I need at least two sources here because I want to have a richer engine sound. So depending on what we're doing, we'll fade between two different audio tracks. So public audio source. Engine one. Actually, we've got four engines. No. Engine one. Public audio source. Engine two. All right, now we've got a lot of value options from the car, so we can take the engines. We need the car's driving and we need the car's physics. So public car, and what's the other one? Car driver. All right, public car, and this one is car. Public, and now what is it? Car driver. Driver. All right. So I've got two different audio sources. They will be configured externally, but I'm going to control. I'm going to control the volumes for it. So public, and I can control them directly on the actual device, on the devices, the audio sources. But maybe there's a better way to do it. I want to control the pitch as well. So there's the engine sound, the pitch, and the volume. And that's based on movement. Okay, so our own physics. Public update. I'll base these ones on update. That's void update. All right, so first off, gather data. In this one, I need to get the average engine force. Okay, we're going to need float average AVG force float peak force. Okay, how would I use this one different? To emphasize the pitch difference has to be based on speed. And I'll base that on strafe versus, no? Peak force, so I've got two values and one can let me choose, I've got force and then I need speed. Okay, float speed. Float. That gives us a couple things to begin with. Let's gather this data. So to begin with, speed equals driver, this dot driver dot car steering strafe down car driver F12. So this reacts to this one, but then we need to set the value. So pressure down, pressure strafe, pressure drive. There we go. So pressure drive is a float value, car reference. Oh, so we're setting it all on car. Okay, perfect. We don't need the driver. Back here into the code, and I don't need this one. I just need the car. This.car dot, and what was the item for it? Setting conditioning settings dot Y force. Was that what I was doing in the other one? Car driver. Car reference dot pressure drive. Okay, that's it. Pressure drive. We got pressures. Car dot pressure drive. Okay, now I need the average force. So now, and the peak force. So how do I get these ones? Let's see, this dot car dot, and now I need to get all the values from the pressure system, from the physics system. How did I store it in there? If I go to car, I can find that one out. F12. So inside of here, we have rigid body car model. It's under model. Got it. Thank you. Okay. So car dot model dot, and now we've got engines. And each one of this is doing it in a, okay, we got get engine. And now there's 4 engines. So I need to know the total value engine index. Engine index, there we go. So each one, but anyway, we know the numbers. So for int EI equals 0, EI is less than 4, engine index, it's 225. All right. EI is less than 4, and then this one is EI is EI plus plus. So we're going to go through each one of these values. Now we need each one of the thrusters within the engines, which on the current system, the thruster system is 7, has 7. So 4, and now the value is going to be TI, thruster index. And that one is going to be 0 to 7. Okay, so now for each one of these, we're going to be asking for these in sequence, so we should be going in order in memory. This should be relatively quick. This one is equals 0. I know it's the default's going to be 0. I already know that. Okay, so average force, peak force. So in this case, we need if, let's grab the force. Public float power equals 0. Let's get the power. That one's going to be from engine dot engine 1 dot power. No. This dot car dot model dot get engine and in this one I need the engine index dot get thruster, and now I need the thruster index dot power. Okay. Float power equals, and now we're going to get the power. If power is greater than peak force, well, that's float, and then what's power? Power is also a float. Why is this one complaining? Might not be initialized before comparing. It's a float. C# doesn't have objects, sure. Maybe that's the complaint. But a float has a default value. If it's got the memory assigned, it's got a value. That error makes no sense. At least not any reason that I know of. Okay, power equals, so we got peak force. Okay, I really have to search that. Why is that the case? C#, if I don't set a float before using it, won't it always be 0? Its default? Because it already has memory? Oh. In C#, a float is automatically set to 0. Depends on where and how it is declared. Okay. Automatically set. Now, local variables, inside methods. No default value. Really? This is because local variables are not automatically initialized for performance and safety reasons. The compiler enforces that you must explicitly assign them before use. Do you have to set local variables before use in C# when they are a common unmanaged data type, like int or float? Tip, we got the values. You can also do that. A local constant, no. Implicitly typed one, so a, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Values, reference variables, I don't care. Okay, I'm not getting the value quickly and easily from that. What does this one say? Yes, C#, all local variables, including unmanaged types like int, must be definitely assigned before you use them. This is enforced at compile time. Okay, so if that's the case, then it won't let me compile it, which means whatever, I'll just set the value. So peak force equals 0. That just still feels so weird. Oh. So in other words, it writes the memory. It has to create the memory, and so you tell it what memory to write. Okay. All right, equals 0, and we assign the data from what we gather from there. All right, so now we have the peak force. If the power is greater than peak force, then peak force equals power. So what's convenient is that power is a value between 0 and 1. So my end result will be a value between 0 and 1. It's going to be very difficult for all the sides, for everything to be 1 if I'm getting an average, because just the bottom of the car has 4 of those, 4 out of the 28 lines, and those ones are already keeping it above the ground. So if it's just hovering on the ground, there's almost nothing. And then as you get close to other things, the amount of force it pushes back on to if you're getting close to 1 or getting close to 0 distance from the surfaces of things, it's a crazy amount of it. So I guess you would hear it more when you are crashing into things. But yeah, let's try it out and we'll see what happens. Okay, so if power is greater than the power, then we've got that one. Otherwise, we're going to say average force equals power. Okay, that works. Now on this one, we're going to say average force equals divided by equals 28. F. Okay, so we've now got our values: the average force, the average force, the peak force, and the speed. Okay, so now let's go with the two different sound sources that I have. Engine one dot volume equals, I guess in this one I need to know how fast the car can go, but the speed is determined by the physics pressures, not by just some distance. Engine volume pitch. Okay, I guess we'll have a rising point that goes up. So volume equals, what is this? Public float peak speed volume equals 1. These ones get initialized. Okay, at the construction of the object. Now, engine 1, engine 2. So instead of engine 1 and engine 2, I should play these as, let's go, engine speed and engine force. There we go. Engine force, engine speed. That's the sound difference. All right. So engine 1 dot volume equals math f dot max. And so in this case, it's going to use a math f min. I want the min, and that's going to be between 1f and I need the power, speed, divided by, and what's the speed divided by? Peak speed volume. So whatever that one is, peak speed for volume, for max volume. So there will be a natural rise in the volume based on how fast we're going. So speed, and that's pressure drive. Oh, pressure drive. That's it right there. It is just, 0 to 1 value. Okay, perfect. Equals speed. And it's not engine 1, it is engine speed. Next, we're going to go with engine.pitch, engine speed dot pitch equals lerp math f dot lerp. And the values that we're going to be going off of, I need a range for this one. So we're going to go with public float min engine pitch equals 0.25 f. Public float max engine pitch equals 1f equals 2f. Yeah, let's go with that. All right. Pitch equals math f lerp. And this one's going to be between the minimum and maximum. So this is min, comma, max, comma, and then the effect of it is going to be speed. Given this, I don't need to actually get the value. I'm just going to control that C and paste it here. I can get rid of speed. I'll just use it here as well. Yeah, it is nice having the understanding. So public float, just unzoom. There. All right, so we got the speed. All right, now for the force, we're going to go with the engine force dot volume equals, all right, public float. Let's change these ones. Speed, alt enter, apply renaming, and speed. And I can get rid of these. Public float min engine volume force equals 0.25 F, and public float max engine volume force equals 1 F. Volume equals mathf dot lerp. And lerp, I need the min comma max comma, and this one needs to be average. So the volume is based on the average force. And then engine force dot pitch equals, I need the pitch for this one too now. Max engine speed force, but then we also have max engine pitch speed. All right, because we have the force engine speed. That should be the alternate way around. Whatever. I'll keep that as is for now. Nice confusion point. mathf.lerp min engine speed force. So this is force, and it's also based on I need the pitch. Min engine. These are the only ones that I have. What did I just create? Pitch speed. Why does that not seem right? That was supposed to be pitch. Okay, I need to, the names, there's too many names in here now to deal with this, so I need to alter this stuff. That one I can get rid of. This one, it's minimum engine speed, pitch, and I don't need that. And then minimum max engine speed pitch. So we got engine speed, engine force. Control X, V, enter. Yeah, it doesn't remember it. I'll have to fix that one later. All right, so this one is force volume. And then over here, we have engine force, pitch, and engine force, pitch. Okay. Now we can get rid of this line. Delete. All right, one of those is messed up. That one is this one, which is max engine speed pitch. All right, so in the top here, I have engine speed, engine force. So now over here, I'm working with engine force. So this is min engine force pitch, comma, max engine force pitch, comma, and then over here we have peak force. Okay, typically these will be very low, so I should have a multiplier on here as well. So let's go for public float force, average force multiplier equals 1F. Public float average this is peak. Peak force multiplier equals 1F. And public float, what's the other one? Speed multiplier. I'm setting the speed there, so yeah, let's leave those ones be. All right, back to the sound inside of here. I've got these settings in the side of this. Let's get rid of that public float I was just starting. Average force multipliers, those are not needed. These are the 6 that are needed. We got 2 sounds that are supposed to be going into there, so let's set this up. We need the car prefab. Oh, if this is done, then I think that finishes audio. All right, now let's go find our car. Car. There we go. All right, now that we got the car, time check, 2:45. What's going on here? 2:45. This one, this one. All right. Player car. We should have 2 audio centers on this one, so let's go create children. Create empty, and this is going to be engine force audio engine force audio source, and another one, create empty engine speed audio source. All right, so on both of these, I need to add a component now. So audio source, same thing over here. Audio source. Now I need to start selecting these ones. So it doesn't really matter too much. I can tune this and see how it affects and feels afterwards. So afterwards. And now I need loop. All right, so let's see different ones. All right, this one. And then the next, we're going to go with all the rest of the stuff is going to be tuned according to this stuff. So I don't actually need any fall off. I'm just going to go with linear. Over there, sound is just 2D, period. Perfect. Next, mute loop. Keep that one in there. Now, on this one, we're also going to set it to loop and that one, and then we're going to set it to linear and yeah, whatever. Okay, so in this case, we need the audio source, and that's going to be loop again. That's not a loop. Yeah, sure. Let's try it. We got two different sets of speeds going on in there. All right, so what does this need? Our player car needs to get a script. So we're going to take these, minimize them so that I can see more of what's going on. And now, hey, we got a script missing. Fine, well, we'll remove it. Add, and now I need what? Audio? Player car audio. All right, now I need the car. Gotcha. Now I need the engine force. Engine force. Now I need engine speed. There, and we got volumes and stuff set to begin with. Let's see how it goes. Play. I should get immediate feedback on this. The sound volumes levels might need to be changed. Slight changes in this. That's a huge block that's there. What is it doing? Oh, that's a building that cuts off from one of the sides. All right. Whoa. Jeez. That was weird. There's a gust of wind that just came through my office. It's not haunted or anything. Hey, come on. Okay, let's switch those two audio sources. Okay, so first off, we're going to go over to engine force. What audio was this? All right. Now we need to select it back over to the car's engine force. That's the diesel. So we're going to go over to engine speed and add the diesel. Okay. Now over to this one, we're going to select a different loop. The high pitch loop. But we are going to make a tuning difference. So over here on this one, we're going to adjust the tuning value. So the maximum speed is now going to be there. We'll try that. Save it all. And also overrides apply all. Save it and play. Oh, I can actually fit under this thing. Barely. I have to have a lot of strength to be able to drive it, but there's a hidden world under here. Ah! There. Fascinating. Yeah, other cars are barely making it. At some point, I ended up outside of that. All right. I don't like the sound variations that are happening in here, but it works. That can go with some improvements, which probably just a velocity on the engine, so it can pick up and decrease gradually. All right, but I'm going to qualify that as done for first release. And that would also be another area I would like to improve after the release, but I do have sound in place for the engines, for being close to other vehicles with engines. Oh, save it and commit it. And then this is my ending for today, or for the next few hours at least. All right, git add dot git commit dash m space engine audio is in place. Git push. Where is my audio or my tasks? Okay, polish audio. I don't have sound for cube interaction. I'm going to leave that out. That it's environmental effect. I can keep it out for now, and I can release with it the way that it is. So we're going to skip this. Skipping cube audio, the freight audio. So when I drop the freight, it makes sounds when it collides. Comment. Okay, doing. Audio polish is initially done now. Visual polish. That's what I'm going to be doing next. So I need particles to emphasize speed or the physics effects from the car. So the power from the different sides, it can have that influence the way the power, the particle systems show up, similar to how it's affecting the engines, the engine sounds. Now I need UI juice on interaction. I can skip that one, but it really should be there. That's kind of one of those things. If someone else is watching, or even the person doing stuff is trying to see what they're doing, they don't see that they selected something. It just changes a color in a snap. So we don't see like a gradual shift to it. We don't see kind of a pop of the button to indicate that's the one selected. So someone watching a video of someone else doing this or streaming this, they're not going to see what's happening, not very easily. Okay, and then the car light trail. That's the minimum exit point, and I think those are all highly important. This is a good point to cut out. I'll talk to everyone later.